Well, good Monday morning, the 27th of October, 2025. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal, essentially. Yeah. Of course, the usual disclaimers. There is, it's not for financial or trade advice. It's my journal. I'm talking to myself. I'm trading live. And I allow anybody that wants to watch in hopes that it might help. There's a disclaimer in the description here. And so I would suggest giving that a read. I'm not monetized in any way by YouTube. So, likes and subs would be great. And definitely drop something in the chat. Again, this is my virtual journal, and I don't multitask very well. I believe journaling is important, so I came up with this idea. Obviously, everything that I'm looking at on my screens here is captured in the video, and my voice over gives insight as to what I was thinking at the time. When I say you or whatever, I'm actually talking to myself. So basically, I'm providing a window, looking over my shoulder and listening to me here in the room. My office, not room like a, Discord thing. But anyway, so that's that. The craziness continues. We had, scheduled numbers for the day, but they didn't pan out because of the government shutdown. One more word about the journal. It's I stream it to YouTube for full accountability and transparency, and the fact that I can review the stream on any device. The stream is 7 hours every day. I start every trading day at 8 o'clock in the morning now, and it's live and direct until 1500, which is the cash close. And there's a very, very definite commitment not to take any trades off of the stream. So there you go. The numbers now, back to that. We had a durable goods was scheduled for this morning, but of course that went south. This is investing.com, which is free. You can filter it to your time zone and whatever you want to do. And it's also, it is also good for earnings, which we are in earnings season now. Sorry, I was reading something there. And again, it's free. I like the presentation of this. Now you see that it's been refreshed, and so those things have gone away. We've got new home sales coming up at 9. Let's see if that's non-governmental data, so hopefully that'll pan out. A second news source that I use is Financial Juice, which I don't like the format very well here for, pasting into my Discord or whatever, but the right side of the column the right column is much more of a Squawk Box feel. So you kind of get a relatively live. This one is free also. And if you want to pay for these and get, real-time data and spend a lot of money, knock yourself out. But I don't feel the need to do that. So we're just in the hole on account of this this bunch of irresponsible children in D.C., They get elected, they get paid big salaries, they get health care for life and a pension for life, and they can't be bothered with, or they don't have enough integrity to do their job. It's really bizarre to me, really. So, enough of that, eh? Let's mosey on to the pre-market, which is always a pretty big deal. Well, another gap up. Yeah, incredible. I don't know how much longer this is going to go on, but they're going to continue it until it, it's going to keep going until it doesn't anymore. So this is the full session, my Renko chart of the ES, the MES, or I'm sorry, the mini ES, not the micro. And this is the mini NQ. This is my full session volume profile, or my higher time frame chart, micro composite. This is the RTH only, and wherever price overlaps, I draw a volume profile around it. In so doing that, it generates these red and green lines here, which is these just marks these levels. These are high and low volume nodes for the most current volume profile in the micro composite, and those values push to bookmap, as do the session prices. This is market profile, and here we are with our quote page and everything that you might need to see there. Here was Friday. Now we're going to be up here. You see the current price. We're going to be gapped up here for today. Really, it's amazing how well the current bunch has figured out how to manipulate the really shortened or abbreviated news cycle and continually misdirect, move focus from what they don't want to be focused on to something else. So there we go. These things push automatically to bookmap, as I said. And so let's have a quick look at where the volume is today so far. I'm not going to switch. This is still full session or RTH session, so I'm not going to switch it. I'm tired of doing that, and it's meaningless at this point, I think. So let's look at bookmap, which is right here. Now, this is the bookmap dome, in case you're not familiar with that, or the market, the order book, whatever you want to. It's full level 2 with all levels and liquidity, resting liquidity at them. This is the micro composite column. We're gapped up so high, there's nothing to see. Typically, it would look like this, new all-time highs. Now we're going to have another new all-time high in the ETH session, which is just magic. We've got gap highs, gap lows, which never got touched from Friday. And this is the high and low volume nodes. I don't know whether you could see those or not. Yeah, and Jesus Christ. I don't even see any. There's one. That's how they present. And then this is the full session volume profile, which started plotting last night at 1700 and will continue through 1600 today. This is the Globex. This is not the ETH. The RTH session volume profile, which fingers crossed will reset this morning at 8:30. And remember that my times that I refer to and that are visible on my screens are Central Standard Time. Same as Chicago. A real important column. This is my notes column, or you see where we opened higher out of range on Friday, and guess what? We're going to be the same thing again today. And these are the session prices pushed to bookmap from IRT. In a second, we'll go through how you determine the open type and the statistics, which we can't even see here, but trust me, they're down here. Here's all the statistics back from Friday. So what we're going to do here, let's just do that right now. We know that it's going to be, we don't know. Here we go. If we opened right here, right now, how would this price compare to the previous RTH close? Well, the close is way below us, so we're higher than the close. And how does this price compare to the previous RTH range? Well, there's the previous RTH high. We're way above it. We're higher, out of range, gap up. Now I'm going to clear this column of notes, and that will get rid of my migrating volume points of control and all the statistics, and then we'll go pull those in here again this morning. So there we are with that. Notice that there's no indicator on my bookmap or my IRT. There's only a few levels, and I don't do anything complicated or mysterious. These are all, everything I do is data, probability, driven, and price. That's it. The POC, these yellow lines, there's a kind of a muted, there's kind of a muted, let's get over here. There's kind of a muted yellow POC for the full session and a POC for the RTH session. There's a VWAP for the Globex and a VWAP for RTH, volume weighted average price. And there is a mid for the RTH. That's about it. Now, these other levels here are just this line. These lines and the label are just driven by the same data as the cloud note column, both of which are pushed simultaneously from IRT, the session prices. This blue line here is really, really, really top secret, highly valuable indicator. It's a vertical line, which I draw. I put this at this initial print of every session. You can see right there. There's the overnight. Here's the RTH session. Here's the last night, 1700. And all that is a visual reference for me. When I glance left, if I see this line, I know that I have the entire session in view, which is what I want. That way I have a complete, accurate view of context. All right, so there's that. That's the blue boy. Now you know about blue boy. All right, let's get on with the statistics, which are pretty interesting. But I don't, this double top up island, Google island top and see what you think about where we are now. I'm not saying we are one, but possible, eh? So the statistics come from, again, not complicated. I'm not saying trading's easy, but I'm saying you don't need to think that it's some kind of magical crap you got to wear a pointy hat and a magic wand to do. The statistics, same story. Very straightforward, very simple. Comes from IRT. Conveniently, IRT highlights the correct open type, but it will not do so until 8:30 in the morning. However, Friday, we also opened higher out of range, another gap up on Friday, which we never even remotely closed. Now, so this is what it would look like. IRT also changed. You notice how some of these text black and some of the text is colored here or blue, highlighted. These blue highlights indicate levels which were revisited in the RTH session. Notice there's only 1, 2, 3, 4 of them. We didn't even revisit the overnight volume point of control on Friday. None of these price levels were revisited. It was just gap and go, baby. Okay. There are 4 open types: higher out of range, gap up; higher in range, lower in range; lower out of range, gap down. And we've already established that we're in a gap up and how you determine that. Okay. The study looks back at 2,000 trading days. Of these 2,000 trading days, we opened higher out of range 514 times for 25%. Of the days where we opened 514 times higher out of range, we visited the overnight volume point of control 80.5% of the time. Overnight volume point of control, 80.5. That, boys and girls, is all there is to the statistics and how you derive them, where they come from, and how they're input into Bookmap. Now, why is this here? because 80% of the days where we opened higher out of range, we revisited this price. So it is the most likely price or level to be revisited in the upcoming RTH session. And I will now just go down the list. Next is the overnight high, 76.3. Overnight high, 76.3. Oh, man, my eyes. I worked too hard on the computer over this weekend. IB high is 65.0. Now, the IB high is so far below us, you can't even think about it, but it's right there. Now, let me just say quickly what this level is, because it's sometimes confusing to folks. Because of the naming, it's an old market profile, naming conventions, meaning initial balance. There is an IB high and there's an IB low. What those two values or levels actually represent is nothing more than the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. That's it. Okay, so the IB high is 65.0. Do I think we're going to get there? Very doubtful in this market. But I want to show you this because you need to put those initials in here. Why do you need to? Think of the definition. The minute we open the new RTH session, this level is going to jump to the top of that, which is going to be way up above it someplace, as will the overnight low jump up from the bottom. The overnight mid is now 65%, and that's right there. This is just stupidity. I'm not going to go look for the IB low. The developing or the previous value area high is 48.1. Where did that go? Well, it's right here. Okay, now the value area high or low differ from the developing value area high and low in that the developing is the current auction and the value area high and low is the previous auction. And after we open, I'll set the IRT charting so that the previous auction remains Friday's ETH or Friday's RTH session. Where are we now? Previous close, 47.9. Where'd that go? I don't even know here. Let's see if we find the previous close somewhere. Well, I'm sure there was one. Let's look over here. Well, that's not working so good. Let's see where the previous close went. I'm sure it's buried under one of these values, but not in the gap up, right? This is the overnight, so we've gapped up. The previous close has got to be living down here in the one. So the previous close has got to be right there. Come on. Right there. RTH close. Okay, that's 28 or 25, whatever it is, 68.25. See how I did that? Previous close. Wow, really? Where'd that go? There we go, 47.9. Okay, I think that all of these old numbers are just a waste of time. The previous high, previous low, all of that stuff is crazy. Overnight low is 35.2. Well, that's typical. Now, all right. There is all of that. Let's just now launch over to something more important and applicable to the day, which is being able to trade with Bookmap. That's kind of important, isn't it? So the way you do that is you have to activate the trade control panel by clicking that padlock. And then you have to select a way you will interact with the application to trade with your mouse. If you choose chart, the only place the mouse is active to trade is the active data column. Dome, the only place that you can trade with the mouse are the dome columns, and both is, as you suspect, both. I use multi-brackets, and this is where the risk-neutral package is introduced and the methodology for trading. The smallest risk-neutral package you can use in terms of contracts is 2 because you need an even number. Then you select the stop loss for the package. And how do you do that? You analyze the first criteria needs to be your account risk parameters. The primary objective of a trader is to protect and preserve your account and to grow it, compoundingly or however. So once you've selected these values, the first risk neutral scale, which is right here, is automatic. It's the same number of stops positively as the stop loss is negative, and it's for half of the package, 2, 1. Then you have a runner, and you can have, different runners, different volatility, whatever you want to do. Now we have done that. We have both selected. Notice I don't need any of these tools in the trade control panel anymore because I've used multi-bracket. And I have all the metrics up here that I need, which are reflected right here. So I can confirm the package size and click this button again. And now I get the real estate back. I have cancel all and close positions, and I'm ready to go. Ready for the open. Next thing I need to do here for these guys over at whatchamadincus is the TLab snap that I do every day, which is just a habit more than anything, I guess you could say. So every day I put 2 snaps in the Traders Lab, which is a Bookmap Discord chat room. And this is the snap I do about 8:20. It's just to give people in there that don't have the same kind of charting capability all the numbers they might dream of wanting, right? The TLab is a Bookmap Discord chat room that was started by a guy named Tom B. Whatever his last name is, I have no idea. He says he is a professional trader, started 46 years ago. And I believe that that's the truth. He doesn't trade live. He doesn't call trades. And I'm sure you'll never see a reproduction of his account audited or otherwise. I'm also sure you'll never see, a wrapped Lambo or gold chains. There is a good crew of people in there that are pretty adult, and I like his philosophy, so I feel a certain sense of gratitude and whatnot, and I try to make this every morning about 6 I post the reports for the day, and about 8:20 I post that snap. I don't participate in there very much anymore because of this stream. This is my focus, right? The idea is to develop your trading, not to be an internet guru or the, most babbling person in a specific chat room. So I think I have my priorities right in that regard. Okay, we are going to be in another freaking gap up again, which is pretty obvious. So we'll see what happens at that point. Typically, the gap rules would apply, and, I've gone over them a lot, and we'll do so again in a few minutes here, but We're going to open in about 6 minutes according to this. And I got the snap in there early, I guess. I don't know why I did that. I thought it was later than this. Usually I posted about 8:20, so I got ahead of the curve anyway. All right, so that is where we're at. This news story reports. This is a big week. It's earnings week, and it's the end of the month, and it's the Fed rate decision. Now, the folks back in D.C. have somehow determined that if they just poke their head in the sand, things will go away, just like, the Speaker of the House refusing to swear in duly elected representatives from states. I don't know how, well, I do know why the Department of Justice and everybody hasn't come down on them is because they're all in the same kettle of fish, I think, which is just incredible. Someone is elected to the House of Representatives of the United States Congress, and the Speaker of the House refuses to swear him in because he's trying to preserve a imbalance in the House. What the hell? Wow. I find it so hard to believe. Anyway, I'm not going to dwell on about it, nor am I going to try to be political, but boy, I'll tell you, it's amazing to me. So we're going to open gap up once again. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. See what happens. We have some housing numbers out of 9, so be aware of that. Durable goods came and went with no number from the Fed. Pretty much misdirection in progress here. They've decided that they're not going to put out any numbers except maybe one that they think is good, like they did last week. And then they're going to keep throwing up headlines about we're going to have this deal with that guy and that deal with somebody else. And if you look back at the headlines, how many times was that said and nothing happened? That's what I have to keep reminding myself about. Yeah. I'll also point out to you that this 227.75, watch over here when I highlight this bar. The 10th of October, we dropped 227 points starting at 10 o'clock in the morning by a tweet on a private social media from Donald Trump, which was completely reversed, including the wonderful news of yesterday about how this trade deal with China, et cetera, et cetera. This was, we're going to put 100% tariff on China. We don't want to talk to them anymore. This is 2 Fridays ago. It's just bizarre. But that's the inconsistency of policy. And this highlights the random risk, which I'll talk about in a minute here, the critical risk, how important that is to be aware of at all times. Having nothing to do with politics whatsoever. It's a fact of project management and just, common sense, I guess you could say. There we go. Let's get ready to rumble here now. We're going to open in less than a minute. Fingers crossed this damn thing resets as it's supposed to. And we will see where we go. 30 seconds. Fingers crossed. There we go. That's early. Well, it's, I guess it can't keep track of time. I don't know what the story is. Or my computer time's off. There's some drama going on that I don't know about. anyway, I have special tasks that resets my computer, syncs my computer to the Greenwich mean, and I also have Rhythmic running in admin mode so that it resets to the Rhythmic clock every 2 minutes. But somehow this seems to get its knickers in a knot, and I don't know why. It only started recently, so. And at the end of the day, it's not that important, I guess. Remember now that the developing value area low is going to be right here so far, and the developing value area high, the IB low and IB high are right here so far in the new session. A lot of buying. Oh, are we excited? Let's go. Let's look over here. So here's Friday, and here we are today. Are we going to have responsive buying, responsive selling to take some profit? You would think so, but in this current market environment, I don't really think common sense is anything we ought to get really excited about. I will change the... now the overnight's going to disappear, and here's Friday's RTH, and here's our new one. It's just... I don't know what to say, actually. Everything's just coming unraveled, looks to me like. I don't know if America is going to survive the next 3.5 years. And what'll happen after that, I don't know that either. But it's sure gone pear-shaped in a hell of a hurry, seems to me. I also plot the same configuration for the micros here. So I'll change those around also. You can tell I don't look at them too much anymore. All right. And we are open and happening, and everybody's excited, and oh boy, we're at all-time highs again. Jesus. So here is the gap high, another one, a new one. Wow. What am I doing here? I'm not doing anything right, that's for sure. The gap high for today is, the way I do it is, I do it for previous RTH high to the gap, to the open of today. So this is the gap high of the 27th. Ooh, 27. All right. Here's a new all-time high in the ETH again. Let's put that over here. Jesus, ridiculous. I mean, this is gonna end, right? And it's probably not gonna end well for a lot of people. And then we're going to go way down here in the corn patch, and we're going to look at this. So here was the ATH high in the RTH session. Well, that's going to move up here now somewhere. And this is the gap high. Gap low, I'm sorry to say. Can't even talk this morning. I exercised and worked too. What's going on here? I exercised and worked too hard yesterday. I'm still groggy. The groggy doggy. Funny, as you get older, you don't. Well, I don't know. At least I don't. I imagine I'm still who I was, you know, gap low, whatever day that was. Well, there we go. Now we've got the gap low. We got the gap open, gap high, RTH high. Now we're going to pull that down and bring the RTH high right up there and change the date because that doesn't mean anything anymore. And I don't really care. It's all stupidity anyway. But I want these levels to be right for my own, you know. I'm going to change this. One of the things that I do is, this is actually the, well, it was put in on the 27th, I guess. Okay. Now what are we going to do? Well, it's Blue Boy time, right? There's our opening print. See that? So turn your head. This is real expensive. Top secret indicator. There we go. As long as I can glance left and catch this blue line, I know I've got the entire session in view. Are we getting a little responsive selling now to take profit? One would suppose that would happen at some point, but who the hell knows, you know? It seems that common sense and reason have gone zooming out the window. So I put in my levels, my gaps, the blue line. Had the wrong screen up. Sorry about that. Yeah. Stupidness reigns supreme again, I guess. I suppose. Welcome to the stream. Smack a thumbs up and a sub and drop something in the chat. That's great. I'm not funded, monetized in any way. This is my trading journal. My focus is trading. I use this set of tools and YouTube to ensure accountability and transparency. And hopefully help someone besides me. So here we go. Market profile. Friday, Thursday, Friday, Monday. Same drama here. Thursday, Friday, Monday. Does anybody think that, the economy and everything in America is so good that this is where we should be? Inflation is higher. People are losing their jobs right, left, and center. I don't know. I'm asking that's not a rhetorical question. That is a serious question on my part. Okay, I think we're all ready to rock here. Save. Yeah. Okay. What the hell's going on here? Okay. The trigger chart doing? Well, it's triggering along there. That's okay. And this one. Okay, dokie. Now I think. Close that. I'm going to try some experimenting here with my systems. I had some pretty weird behavior on Friday. I don't know what to think about it, to be honest with you. I talked about it ad nauseum, so I'm not going to do it anymore today, but what the hell is going on now? Jesus Christ. God damn, boy, this is irritating. Oh, look at here. Why is that like that? Huh. That's pretty crazy. What am I doing now? Let's see here. What was I just thinking about? I'm trying to do some maintenance-y stuff here on the backside. Okay. I was worked on a bunch of crap this weekend that didn't pan out the way I had hoped. We're open. We've got some news, assuming that's going to happen at the top of the hour. Whatever difference that makes anymore, I don't know. And yeah, here's the trigger chart, which I'm tracking. Friday, today. This chart has, in no way is this connected to my trading system, which I use for backtesting. But these custom indicators, which are these lines, and let me get up there, you can see it. Custom indicators are these lines, and the signal markers accurately reflect those levels in the trading system. This is for me to visually confirm for myself that these things are happening when and where I want them to. So you notice that none of the levels here, the continuation or pullback levels, are plotting yet, and that's because it's not 9:30. Now I'll open this up a little bit. At 9:30, they'll start to plot, and at 9:30, I'll start seeing these signals, I hope. And one more thing I'm going to try at some point here is to put in the backtest and to let the backtest system operate in the live market, not sending orders, but at least flagging the potential rules. But we'll do that in a little bit here. Okay. What have I forgotten to do? Oh, gap. I guess the gap rules is important. We know that, right? And the gap rules are, tired of talking about them, actually. The gap rules are very, it's an old, typical old market profile stuff. That's where a lot of these things come from. But it's ironic how frequently they pan out or bear out. The gap rules are real simple. It is that if we open in a gap, which we definitely have 2 days running now, And if price closes that gap relatively early in the session and is accepted within the previous range and or value, it's a high probability that we're going to trade across that range and that, or at least across that value. What would that mean? Well, here's Friday. Here we are. So if we close this gap relatively early in the session and we get accepted in this price and value, high probability we trade across the value. If we don't close it, or if we don't get accepted, high probability we'll trade in the direction of the gap. It's common sense, right? I mean, just think about it for a minute. So basically what we have are gap rules, or the opposite possibility would be a gap and go. And in this environment, Thursday, Friday, Monday, well, you know, based on some random crap that is said by somebody, it's without any kind of corroboration or supporting reporting, you know what I mean? It's just we seem to just go crazy, just like right here. This was a tweet at 10 in the morning, completely baseless. No documentation, no corroborating reporting, immediately backplayed and rolled back by the other members in the, by what's his name, the Secretary of Treasury and those guys, and Lutkin or whatever his name is, the trade guy. And as it turns out now, the reason this is happening is the exact opposite of what was said in this tweet. But look at the result. Which brings me to something that's really important here, which I'm trying to keep the timestamp. That guy still hasn't got the chapter markers working right, so I'm trying to keep kind of to cadence here for my own, just because I'm lazy. So one of the things that I try to do, which I don't think I mentioned yet. Come on, man. I hate that. I keep the entire range in view, as I said here, and I try to always keep the price level at 1 point. 85, 86, 87. So in other words, within each one of these increments is 4 ticks. Just the way it makes sense to me. I do that so that I want to try to give myself a consistent sense of scale. What happened? Well, we took out that overnight mid and the overnight VPOC, so those two statistics are over with. We got the overnight high up above us, and whatever the hell that is. Value area high, which is complete bullshit. Those two levels are wrong. Let's see when we re-push, because those are from the overnight. And that's the reason I changed the charting to RTH. Okay, well, here we are. So, it's really important in this environment. I can't even begin to stress how important it is to be continually on guard for some random crap that's going to drop out of the sky that you're not planning on. Remember that a trader's goal is to preserve and grow your account. I mean, think about it. Unless you're trading for adrenaline rush and, not worrying about your account balance and just trading up a storm and having fun, and that's great. But I'm trading as a business to be consistently profitable to support myself and my family. So it's really important for me to understand what the hell is going on and to be aware. Well, this has not got anything to do with politics, but this is a real high, unrecognized or undefined critical risk potential that we have now in our trading since the election because of the way that Trump and company are doing things. Like this tweet right here is a perfect example. At 9:59 this morning, on this day, on the morning of the 10th of October, if you were trading long in alignment with the higher time frame, you got hammered really hard out of no place. No warning, nothing that we could look at. Every day I go through all of the rules and I go through the reports, what's coming up. Well, for example, we know that the first Friday of every month at 7:30 in the morning, normally, we have the non-farm payroll number, which is the most market, has one of the largest impacts on the market. We know that well in advance. We know what the previous number was. We know what the forecast number is. We know expected, etc. That is a known risk that you can plan on. This is completely out of the blue. This, a tweet from Sunday night that, we're going to have a great deal with China. Are we? I don't know how many times. I know for a fact that they reported that we had a deal with China 4 months ago. Then it was off. Then it was on. The Canadian story just this weekend, once again, because someone didn't like an ad that had been run during the World Series. We're not, all talks with China or with Canada are off. Now that's random stuff, right? So it's not political in any way, but be really aware of the fact that we are in a very uncertain environment with the potential for really high critical risk that you don't know anything about. This is a perfect example of it. And that's not, who cares who you voted for? This is the fact. We're trading. This is our business now, and this is it. And if you don't agree with me, tell me how you knew this was going to happen. I know when non-farm payroll is going to come out. I know that at the top of this hour, I'm going to get whatever the hell number is coming out the top of this hour. I know that the top of this hour, we're going to probably, we're going to have these bond auctions later in the day, and we're going to have new home sales in 6 minutes. That I know. This we have no idea about, and that can ruin your entire account, your business. So these are unidentified potential critical risks, and you have to be aware of that. Only take A+ setups that you've previously vetted. Always have a bracket order, stops and targets. And if you're trading a live account, make damn sure that your broker has those orders server side, not on your computer. Just, things to remember. So there we go. There's my story, and I'm sticking to it. That's my spiel. That's my spiel about that. Yeah, well, let's see what happens with the market in 6 minutes. Let's see if the news does something. We've sort of entered a world. The feeling I get about it now is it's like reality TV, right? And they control the news. They control the very, very, very short news cycle. And for example, this huge drop based on a tweet at 10 o'clock in the morning on a private social network. Have you ever heard another word about that again? Nope. Nothing. Except that it was walked backwards by all of the, by the various other people through these days and through over the weekend with, the trip to Southeast Asia and all that. But not a word, really. So that's why you've got to be really careful in this environment. No matter what you believe or who you support or anything else, nobody can argue with that fact. They can think it's funny or, yeah, well, this is the way we do it now. Okay, great. But then, if that's what you believe, that's fine. The fact remains that there is an ever-present huge danger of an unidentified risk to the market, to the auction. So that's all I'm saying. And we're fast approaching the 9 o'clock hour here, so let's see what we get out of the market. And maybe grab some tea. Well, now what? Good morning. Drop a thumbs up, drop a sub, drop something in the chat. Where are you? What time is it where you are? The only thing I can really say about this environment that we're trading in now with the price action is over the last 8 or 9 government shutdowns, the S&P has traded up and to the right, and it doesn't seem like they're going to change that tune at all. There was a little blip right here of a little stop run there of 345 stops out, and that's the extent of that number. If it in fact came out, don't know. Well, I don't know what's going on here. New home sales are supposed to be out at 9 o'clock. I have 9:02, and I don't see anything over here. So I've refreshed. Got no idea. Doesn't look particularly good to me. I mean, it should only be like 30-second delay or maybe a minute, but let's do it again. There's no number. That's why there's no update. There's no actual. They didn't put out a number, apparently. My. So one of the few dependable advantages that America had, or positions that America had, was reporting, the financial reporting in our financial markets being kind of the benchmark for the world. And boy, that's gone south really fast. Disturbing. Financial Juice is apparently more accurate now than investing.com. I'm not sure why, but they did not have any of these things on the docket. Whereas economic, they did over here on investing.com, but nothing. So I'm not going to worry about it. What are you going to do? I mean, disappointing, but there you go. So no number, nobody left on third. Boom. What a pain. Yeah. It all started with the dismantling of the reporting system, and the credibility of American financial reporting started with the non-farm payroll. 2 month and a half. It's only been, they completely missed October. It was put out in September, and then it was put out in August, and the number in August Trump didn't like, so he immediately fired the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics and then put in his guy. The September number came out and with his guy, and it was also no good. And so we haven't had another one. Coincidence? Beats the hell out of me. It's so you could really go down a conspiracy theory rabbit hole easily with all the goofy stuff that's going on. I don't know what to say. But yeah, here we are. So we're making new highs, huh? We're gap and go. Well, that's for sure. There's a reason to do that. There's going to be a number out this week, Wednesday, which cannot be, intercepted or delayed or whatever by anybody else, and that is the Fed rate decision. And that's going to be huge. If they give a rate cut, I suppose the market will continue to go up. If they don't, well, then I'm guessing the market will go down. Because what the market wants is cheap money, and they want to make money themselves. They want to add to those billions, and they don't care how many people lose their jobs or their homes or anything else to a certain point. That's collateral damage to the millions they're making. Billions. That's pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. So we have now rounded the first 30-minute bracket is in the if you're a market profiler person. And I am, if you're new to the channel here, I've been vetting and am focused on trading the initial balance trades, of which there are two. There's the initial balance, or the IB continuation, and the IB failure. I have vetted those two trades, and I have statistics, actual statistics going back hundreds of trading days. Hey, Panda, how are you? Yeah. Where does Antonio doesn't come see you anymore? He's bored with my stuff. Yeah, he doesn't come see you. Yeah, he likes something else now. And so there we are. So I'm waiting for the initial balance now. If you want to circle back around, what is the initial balance? It is the high and low of the first 1 hour of this RTH trading session. So there's no statistic, there's no initial balance trade implied or suggested until after 9:30. What, baby? Okay. Looks like everything's still. This is the trigger chart. It's the same idea as the back test, but I've split it apart and have it under a different setup. I don't know why this is correct. This doing this. But I'm going to see if these values, this is something I was trying to work on, a sequential code for sequentially displaying the values on these two charts. In the rules, there's no question that in the backtest rules, it's very definitely sequential, but on the chart, not so. And I was trying to improve that over the weekend. Didn't get any headway and got depressed. And, you work for hours and hours and hours and until your eyes are starting to cross. And if you don't, and it doesn't work, that's kind of disappointing. So we're waiting for the 9:30 hour here. That's when the initial balance trade will set up. The statistic will become active. Let's see what else we got going on here. Here's an interesting statistic. We know that we're in the initial balance or a gap up situation, right? So gap up meaning that if we close the gap, what would be the probability out of 514 days of 2000 where we opened higher out of range, gapped up, do we close the gap? How would you do that? Well, by my definition, the gap is defined by the previous high, and the open. So what I want to see is the previous high, the statistic for the previous high. There's a 65.8% probability right there. 338 days out of 514, we closed the gap. That is a statistic. That is probability in action. Will it happen? Well, let's see. I'm a little apprehensive because of this and then this. That's one hell of a gap, huh? What is it? 41 to 77, 30 handles, 35 handles ish, or more than that, actually, when you look at open, but yeah. So there we go. There we go. Something that's really important to be aware of is that you're always aware of you. You're in the here and now. Not on tilt, have enough sleep, hydrated, healthy. I'm a little bit off today on several of those counts. So I'm going to be real cautious. Also had that strange behavior on Friday, and I'm trying to figure out exactly how I'm going to approach determining if it's happening again or not. We're going to need to be in a trade to do that. So we'll wait until 9:30 when the initial balance statistic becomes live, and then we'll start looking for the signals. And I'll take the signals mechanically to test this out. This is I'm on a AMP live account, but I'm doing the demo or the paper trade thing to make damn sure that everything's working properly before I put my actual account capital at risk here. You can look at Friday's stream if you want to see all the weirdness that was going on. Here we have the VPOC migration. I haven't done any of those today yet, but and that's kind of not that important anymore because of keeping the entire session in view. Look at this crazy Ivan, up and down. Okay, what happened? Nothing. Okay, 5 more minutes and the IB is set. Got my toast here and my tea and getting ready. Mm-hmm. Remember now, there's no statistic until 9:30, meaning that the IB trades are not valid until then. I don't know why it keeps doing that. Okay. Yeah, Dad's got to do stuff now. You just need to relax. All right, so we're past the 9:30. I'm doing a data download, I think, I hope. And that did straighten out the value areas. Man, that's weird. So, yeah, here we are. Gap up, gap up. There's Friday, there's Thursday, Friday, Monday. You know, it's if that doesn't qualify for an island top, I don't know really what the hell would. We're plotting the levels. And here's our trade. No signals at this point. I'll leave that over there, I guess. Yeah. Again, do not trade to the statistic. Has a real low probability, or has a high probability of losing in my previous data. Yeah, Panda, I know. You're just tired and hungry and want petting and whatever. All right, now, the reason I worked all weekend was to prevent, or to try to have these signals appear sequentially. And this is an example of what I was trying to overcome. Anytime I get a B signal per the rules of the trading system for the initial balance trades, it will fire on this chart. And I know personally that the rules need to be sequential. But I would like it better if they were firing only when applicable. And I've got two things I was going to try. I tried working on that all weekend, and the code doesn't work. I was also thinking to try having the actual system working on this chart live, which is kind of scary, but that's the next thing I'll try. For now, I'm going to just monitor the trigger, and I will enter manually on Bookmap, which is what I always do. This is not a set and forget or an auto trade thing. I use the trading system for backtesting and vetting the trades. That's the point of it. And so in a sense, then the live action, my thinking is as follows. I would like to have those signals and that system be plotting, not trading, but plotting live action as we are now, so that I have an understanding about basically forward testing. Right? And now the RTH has once again retaken the crown, and this will keep happening ad nauseum. These RTH people can't stand to have the ETH have a level. So there you go. We tagged out that ETH high, took an IB high. We've got now. So what do we have now? These value area levels are still not right. Why is that happening? I don't know. Quite obviously, this is the value area low, high, and this is the value area low from the previous RTH session, not as it's being reflected over here. That's pretty disappointing. And I don't know exactly what to do about that, to be absolutely honest with you. Sort of shutting this down and starting over and doing a data scrub, maybe. Oh, yeah. Pretty disappointing. The charting itself is not having any problem. What's having the issue is the session prices are pushing the wrong values, obviously, for the value area high and low. And I'm not really sure. I mean, everything is correct here, so it's not an issue of having them on the wrong on the wrong session, for example, or whatever else. I'm going to stop the data. Pretty quiet action, huh? Pretty crazy. We're approaching 10 o'clock, and there's just basically, and it's very possible that that's completely normal behavior. I mean, stop and think about it. We're only 77 to 93. We're only 15 handled wide in the first hour and a half. Not very active market, eh? Not a very active market. This is one of those cases where your monkey mind is going to kick in and you're going to get all excited about trading to the statistic. And I will repeat, that is not a winning situation in my opinion. To say it correctly, it doesn't have a high probability of success. Delay's pretty quick. I typed that in the chat and it was there in maybe 5-10 seconds. So that's good. Try to test all this stuff out through the day and see what the hell's going on. Remember what I said about trading to the statistic? Well, so you got long right here, headed for up here or here, looking at a breakout. And now where are you? Well, 89, 86. There's a stop if you're using a 3-point or a 3-point or 12 tick risk neutral package as I am. Huh. Well, that's pretty damn weird. That really sucks. My logic for having this, well, a couple of them for having the portfolio here was to be damn sure this thing wasn't taking trades on its own, and also to be able to jump back and forth on the screens without moving this off continuation. Or you see the project or progress bar down here is white and the little handles clear to the right. If I go like this, which just switched the screens to the other machine, you'll see that progress bar turned gray and it stops automatically updating. That is just annoying, boy. no problem on, now what is this doing this for? I shouldn't have this portfolio visible or applied on this screen. I didn't think. This goddamn thing is, I think IRT has gotten a lot smarter than I have quickly. Irritating, though, that's for damn sure. I want to be sure I'm getting the results I'm expecting, and I don't want it taking trades by itself. As it did on Friday. And I don't want, but I don't want it to be just randomly putting stuff somewhere. And this portfolio thing is the only way I know of to tell on IRT that it's doing trades or not. And that's what was happening on Friday. As you can imagine, that's not something you want to have happen. So yeah, here we are. Oh boy, am I glad I didn't trade to the statistic, huh? Oops. Be advised now that we could just do this all freaking day in anticipation of tomorrow or the next day, or who knows. There's no news out that, maybe somebody has advanced knowledge of some random tweet or whatever, the random risk potential. But this is just talk about retail soup, man. We're looking at 77 to 87. We're looking at about 15 handles or less wide in the entire RTH session so far. That is definitely not a trade-friendly environment for any setup I've got. And with all of these levels in the way, the range requirement is not even close. So there's that. And if they fall out the bottom and start heading to close the gap or decide that they're not having any fun up here at the top, it could really rip. But woulda, coulda, shoulda, right? It could do a lot of things. And at the moment, it's doing none of the above. So maybe it's a good time to have a look at the back test and the rules and the trading system and all those kinds of things here that I'm watching and developing and in the process of using, actually. So the first order of business is the backtest system, right? These are the backtest rules. These are custom indicators which I've created on this chart in the trigger chart. And these are the signal markers, also created by me only on the chart. They don't connect in any way to the trading system. And this is just me trying to figure out if I'm getting these V-pound numbers where they belong or not. And I'm going to leave them alone today. I have a way to reset them to 0, which I'm not going to do. So here we are. Now, the backtest system itself is, wherever it went, right there. This is the backtest system, or the trading system, and boy, it's struggling, isn't it? And those are the rules that accurately trade either the IB high continuation, the IB high failure, or IB low continuation or failure. And they work very well. And I'll go through the back testing later in the day. But these are the rules and signals that are reflected by these lines. One not having anything to do with the other than accurately reflecting those levels. So I created the trigger chart to be a little more, so I could have it wider and, bigger for the stream. Oops, I think I just did something terribly wrong. Sorry about that. This is the wrong damn window. These are the rules. This is the trading system for the initial balance trades. And they work fine. And they backtest just right, fine, and everything else. These rules are live as far as backtesting. They can be turned on to actually trade live in the live market now if I wanted to, which I do not. But these lines and levels over here accurately reflect these rules and corresponding levels, but they're not connected. I can send this system to the chart by clicking that button, and then it'll start to plot if it gets a trade. I don't want that to happen yet. So here we go now. What I did also was create this chart just as a bigger version of this tab, just to test, is to be able to stream and look at this one thing. I have the portfolio up here to make god darn sure that it's not taking trades on its own, which was some really weird random behavior on Friday. You can go back to that stream and hear all about it. I'm not in the mood to go over it all. We've not taken any trade. What we're doing is rotating. This is what I refer to as retail soup, baby. These guys, boys and girls, traders who can't restrain from clicking the mouse and, picking a top or whatever it is, are just getting chopped up. And retail, the higher time frame is, getting inventory and making money. Now, if you look at this profile, what is happening so far? It's balanced, is it not? So assuming that at some point today, we'll take that IB statistic, which I talked about earlier. If it remains balanced like this, the IB failure trade is what would be suggested by a balanced environment. So let's just watch this session from a higher, zoomed out level here. We still have Blue Boy over here, so that's a good thing. Real slow, huh? Notice how we've been out. We're almost 2 hours now. Well, we're an hour and a half. And this thing hasn't even scrolled off the left. Similarly, the Similarly, the Renko, now Renkos are not based on time, right? They're based on trade. So pretty short, pretty compact. It could be a typical pain in the ass Monday. What can I tell you? And I'm not forcing trades. If I get a signal, I will take it mechanically because I want to see what's happening. I want to see if the statistics bear out on the trade. And almost more importantly, I want to make damn sure that the platforms here are interacting with the AMP data and not doing some random weirdness, which I was experiencing on Friday. There you go. 10 o'clock. I'm not really feeling 100%, and I'm aware of that, as I said earlier. Need to definitely be aware of your here and now. Tilt, hydrated, rested, whatever. I feel kind of weird. I don't know what it is. Tough weekend, I guess. A lot of exercise and maybe a little, I don't know, didn't sleep very well, perhaps. I seemed like I was up a lot. So welcome to the stream. Smack a thumbs up and subscribe. That'd be great. Drop something in the chat and let me know where you are, who you are. It seems to me that nobody, I don't know if there's anybody still watching or not. So can't quite keep, it seems those things seem to be accurate or not at times. I don't know. And I should say that this is something, if you're not a trader or haven't been for a while, you need to be really conscious of the fact that it is not a video game. assume you're approaching it as a trading business, as am I. It's not a video game. It's not an adrenaline rush. It's a business. When I have a vetted, statistically proven setup, I will take it. Otherwise, I will not. I have no problem with discipline, fortunately. I am, so there's that. And in this kind of an environment, it's pretty important to be aware of the range requirement, which is something I've had as a hard rule in my trade plan, and now it's more of a discretionary thing. But it goes like this. First, discount the fact that this purple line are the pullbacks from the high, and the blue are the continuation, both from the high, IB high and the IB low, right? So these are not obstacles. However, all of the other price levels and session price levels are obstacles. And what I mean by that is in order for a valid entry to be, I should say, in order for a systemed trade plan entry to be valid, I need to have a unobstructed path to my first risk neutral scale. And that's especially keeps you out of this kind of nonsense. What do I mean by that? I mean, if I got short here, where am I going? There's a 1.5, there's 2 points. There's that any obstacle or price level provides an opportunity for price to bounce or come back in your face, And also, if you're doing a mean reversion trade, how far you got to go? What's the mean? Let's say you get down here to 77. Where are you going? 83. That's my goal is not to scratch. My goal is to reach the profit target. That would mean trading all the way across the range, which is pretty unlikely in this environment so far this morning. So, and I'm still trying to figure out what's wrong with the value area low and high. I don't know just what to do. Exactly. Here. I guess I could do a data thing. I'm going to do a data wizard. Full maintenance. I guess you can do that during the live session. I really don't know. I know that this is not good. Those levels are not correct. And the way I look at this kind of thing is if those levels aren't correct, is something else wrong that I may be depending on? I think that makes sense. Now, I'm pretty sure that I'm pretty sure that this is the IB low and that's the IB high because there they are. I'm pretty sure that this is the POC because there it is. It lines up with and agrees with Bookmap. But I can tell you, unless I'm, had a lapse of memory here, the value area low is not there and the value area high is not there because they refer to the previous RTH auction, which is way below us. So something is definitely screwy there, and I'm trying to repair that on the other side. Well, let's see now. Hmm. Well, this is kind of like watching the grass grow, isn't it? Now, this is where a lot of people get tripped up. By getting overzealous or bored or anxious or whatever else. I'll talk about the monkey mind here in a second. I'm just waiting for the time to click around to try to keep these chapters on point and accurate. Boy, I hope that guy fixes that chapter marker thing quicker soon, or I find another one. I don't know. If anybody knows of a good chapter marker tool that works really well for OBS, let me know. Drop something in the chat, please. That'd be great. I don't think Andy's gonna get around to fixing it. It's, it's strictly his business, of course. The only other opportunity would be to roll back OBS, which I'm not real sure is going to happen correctly, and keep all of my settings. And I've got a lot of stuff set up with regard to audio, through my SMB mic into the mixer and then over to the computer and all that stuff. And I don't want to do all of that again. I know just enough about this stuff to be dangerous. All right, so your monkey mind, I call it. Tom calls it Hyde, Jekyll and Hyde. You refer to it however you want, but it boils down to the fact that no matter whether you believe in creation or evolution or whatever, I think everybody agrees that Homo sapiens, we as a species, have been evolving or, developing over a long period of time, thousands of years. It's based on the fossil record. Well, that means that in our DNA, wiring has been passed down, wiring that kept our ancestors alive and allowed them to pass down their DNA as opposed to those who didn't make it. That's selective adaptation. That's selective breeding. That's what you do with cattle and horses and dogs and everything else. Humans are just mammals, right? There's no difference. If you don't believe that, then I don't know what to say, but then don't listen. But the point is that I refer to it as your monkey mind. And that's FOMO, and that's boredom, and that's desire to be right or revenge trading, all of those kinds of things. Like right now, what sprung to my mind was right now is boredom, right? A lot of traders are getting chopped up right now because they can't stand being bored. They got to be clicking there. They start imagining things, and humans are really good at seeing patterns that don't exist because they want to. So I refer to it as your monkey mind. You need, and let me just say that you're never going to eliminate it. It's never going to go away. But what you must do to trade successfully, in my opinion, is recognize those thoughts and those feelings. Just like I was talking about a little while ago about recognizing your, are you on tilt emotionally? Did you get enough sleep? Are you healthy? Are you hydrated? All those things. Well, same thing with your monkey mind. Are you feeling, are you getting an adrenaline rush about FOMO? Are you fear, are you mad because you missed that trade and you want to chase it? You have to be aware of those things in the here and now immediately and don't act on them. You're not going to eliminate them, but you can certainly recognize them, and your logical mind can say, no, I'm not going to do that. That's how I approach it. So there you go. One more suggestion. And these people that make up such a big deal about trading psychology, typically, if you notice, they make their living selling books and courses about psychology. But I try to boil it down or put it in perspective, just like everyday stuff. I'm an adult. I don't overtrade. I don't go to the bathroom in my pants. I don't, pick one. Pick something that you don't do that you might have done when you were a kid or just learning or developing or whatever that you don't do now. I know that overtrading and clicking that mouse like crazy is no good. I don't do that because I'm an adult. I think if you approach trading that way, you'll have a lot easier time of it. Would I like to be doing a trade right now? Yeah, this is terrible, isn't it? Like watching paint dry. Look at this. What is our total range? It's 77 to 92. 15 handles. 2 hours in, almost. And it could just the whole day. This could be the whole day. If you stand or sit at your desk all day and you don't take a trade because none of your signals or your pre-vetted trade setups occur, that's exactly what you should do. You don't start making up stuff and, maybe this or discretionary that. That's not professionally trading as a business, in my opinion. Remember, this is my opinion. And I very strongly believe that our subconscious mind believes what we tell it, especially what we articulate verbally out loud. So this is a constant dialogue. The stream is a constant dialogue of me talking to myself and my subconscious. I am not an overtrader. I don't have a discipline problem. As a result, I don't. You keep telling yourself you do, and I'll bet you $5 that you have that problem. Think about it. Think about it, darling. So we know what's up. There's the IB high, there's the IB low. We got a B signal and a B signal, and isn't that miraculous? But we don't have an A signal, followed by a B signal, followed by a trigger. And I wish I could have gotten that coded up to work properly, but I couldn't. And I burned out my eyes and wasted a bunch of time yesterday, which makes me annoyed with myself. One of those rabbit holes that I'm so good at jumping down. So here you are. Welcome to trading. I'll turn on the music. How's that sound? How does that sound? Let's see. Can I do that over here? No. Can't see the damn thing. So anyway, that's my tool to, I had to end up purchasing a subscription for Epidemic Sound, which is supposedly whitelisted, and I don't have any copyright strikes and all that stuff. And of course, every once in a while I get some random thing. I don't know whether it's valid or not. I've heard that there's, of course, there's going to be, a lot of boys and girls, tech savvy boys and girls that are going to try to figure out a way to make money somehow. So they just scrape the web looking for something that's randomly that they may be able to bring into question, I think. I don't know. Anyway, I ended up paying for Epidemic Sound so there could be some music in the background of the stream. I don't have any speakers here, so I don't hear this music at all. If it's too loud or no good or whatever, somebody throw something in the chat and I'll know about it. And the only way I can hear this stuff is if I put on my headset, which I do from time to time, but typically I'm focused and tired. Tired, actually, is a good way to, a good observation of myself at this point, like worn out. Worn out. And that's not the way to start a Monday morning, is it? Well, look at us do this. No, we're doing the VPOC dance over here. This is definitely an environment designed specifically for you to lose a lot of money. And why these value areas are working like this, I have no explanation. Quite definitely, these are the value area, low and high, should be, per definition, reflecting the previous RTH session, which means they would be clear off the screen down at the bottom. They would be this high, this value area high, and this value area low. And you see that those levels are there. There's the value area low, and there's the value area high, buried kind of under some of these levels, but very definitely there. But not being plotted correctly by the session statistics to down here, and they're showing up here, which is wrong. Developing value area high and low, definitely up here. I don't know what to think about that, frankly. Maybe I can do this. Try resetting these back to the full session. Now, This is the full session. So this is last night's ETH and today's RTH. This would be the value area high and the value area low of the previous auction under this circumstance. But this is not the case. That's the reason every day after the open, I change the session to full session so that the previous value area high and low reflect correctly the previous RTH session, which is down here and not up here. So we'll see if that has some effect over on the way it's being pushed to bookmap. I don't know if it's got some hang up to do with the gaps or something that I'm not aware of, you know. No, I didn't change. I haven't changed those session statistics in forever. Now it's getting ready to update, so we'll see what happens. That's why I keep these tickers on my screen so that I can watch. They're just updated at 30 seconds now. It'll go across, and we'll see if bookmap picks it up properly. Damn, 10:30 already. 2 hours in. Oof. And of course, the minute I go lay down or go do something else, this thing will take off like a, you know, jackrabbit. That's for sure. Maybe it's got something to do with indexing. One of these days when I have less other fire, you know, no other fires to put out, I'm going to change my data statistics from Dropbox to, I don't know, I really don't like OneDrive. It's because if I change, I mean, I've used my Dropbox for 10 or more years. If I change systems or something, then that relied on Microsoft and OneDrive, then I would be not happy. We're gonna get our IB statistic here, boys and girls. Don't know. They're going to get up here and see what this level is. 359 of them at 90. Somebody's really sitting on this thing for some reason. Is there a big options expiration? Or are they just in anticipation of the Fed? Now, I always look at these big liquidity levels and wonder, is this a lid on the pot or is this a magnet? In my opinion, given where we are and what the trade has been, it's a lid on the pot. What have we done? We've mean reverted. That's all we've done. And we're still in 15 points. More or less 15 handles in the entire session so far. Well, they traded out. Looks like we're lifted off. I don't see that volume. Ridiculous. Well, here we are. Oh, we haven't fun yet. I'd like to see this do something and get a trade in here, and I'm real curious to see how this manifests compared to Friday. Now, again, don't trade to the statistic. I would suspect we're going to take the IB high, but we tried 3 times. You know? Oh no, we didn't try 3 times. That's where we put the IB high in. We haven't tested up to the IB high yet. Now, in the course of this system, as I said before, I need 3 signals. I need A, which is an IB, which is the IB statistic. Then I need a B, which is, they'll be red or green. In this case, I would suspect green, meaning it's long. And then there will be a trigger. The way it would work would be the following. We come up and take the IB statistic. If it's going to be an IB continuation long, we take the IB statistic. We trade up to the continuation zone, and that fires the B. And then we pull back to the trigger zone, which are these dots on either side of the IB high. It's just 1 point above or below the IB high. And this started out as just a random suggestion from Rod in Static about, well, here's what I use for my IB failure trades. So I coded that up first, right here. And then I thought, well, it could work. I'll just reverse that, you know, or go the mirror image for an IB continuation. The goal at that point was making sure that I could properly code for the backtesting, the sequential rules and triggers, which I have done. Now know that, no problem. And so this continues. And can be changed, right? Can change it. What these really reflect are quite simply the continuation zone or the pullback zone are 3 points to 5 points below the IB or above. The trigger is 1 point either side of the IB, high or low. And the first A rule is the initial balance statistic. So, I mean, I have no problem divulging or, you know, describing any of the stuff I do here, because I don't think that the few people that are following these streams or what I'm saying could have any meaningful impact on the outcome of the market. Remember that the market is a random environment reflecting the input of millions of traders. You know? The outcome of the next trade is 50-50. That is a statistical fact. Like it or not. Hey, Yang. Do you think, first of all, also try to see if it's but it's okay. Never mind. Well, are we rich yet? Probably going to get this IB high. Okay, that's highly likely. Oh, here we go. Now we're going to jump up there and do something. What happened? What happened at 10:41? I'm sure I'm jaded now, but the minute anything like that happens, my first go-to is the news. And here we are at 10:37. Rubio. Why would anybody say this? I really don't understand the way we function anymore. Like Trump announcing to the world in a statement that he's having the CIA do on-the-ground work in Venezuela. Jesus Christ, that's my experience with that kind of government stuff. Just put all those people, any agents who are on the ground, suddenly in danger. Don't get it. Zelensky's announcing to the world that they're going to attack Russian refineries. Jesus Christ. Now, unless it's just a decoy. And they, for Russia to defend the refineries or, beef up the refinery defense, and then all of a sudden he hits the port, or who the hell knows, but wow, crazy. It seems crazy to me. It seems like a real poorly scripted reality TV. Really weird. Now you see how the signals would have worked. So we traded up 2, and this bar traded into the signal zone, so we got this one, so did this. That's the signals are real basic, but we need them in order. A, B, C, or A, B trigger. Likely to get the A signal here pretty quick. Now, it's a good point to talk about. What time is it? 2:44. Let's make it 2:45. What? Again, the suggested initial balance trade, there's 2. One for each of the IBs, one for the IB high and one for the IB low. And they are, we take the initial balance statistic, price can't get any more up move and falls back to the mean reversion. Suggested in a rotational day, and this is about as rotational and balanced as you're going to want to get over here, as you're going to expect anyway. Looking at it from this point of view, we trade up, can't get anywhere, come back in. Now, what have we got? Well, we got the range requirements, plus we've got the mean right here. There is the mean, the purpose of mean reversion. And the IB failure is just a fancy way of calling a mean reversion trade based around the IB. The other suggested trade in the initial balance group is continuation, which is suggested by directional day, about as far as we're going to get from that, and we couldn't take the IB high out here yet. Wow. And we're coming up to 11 o'clock. Typically, I go every day for about a 3 or 4 mile jaunt midday to get my, it's kind of a break in the action here. And I'm gonna change this. Sorry about the fact of the messing with these chapters, but it's important. I mean, the stream is 7 hours every day. I don't expect anybody, including myself, is going to sit and listen to 7 hours of it. If I want to, that's why the chapters and the chapter markers are so important, because I can go, or anyone can go to whatever they're interested in. So until that fella gets it fixed, I have to do it manually. And this is one of those situations where you better be really vigilant about your monkey mind. You know? And that brings up another important thing, I believe. The most important critical tool that you have, the most valuable critical tool that you have in your trading room, office, is sitting on your side of the monitor. Think about that for a minute. All the time and effort and money we spend buying, testing out monitors and buying hardware and software and fiber optic this and that and something else. All of those inputs are being interpreted and acted upon by our eyes and our brain. Really the most important tool you have in your arsenal. So you need to take care of it. That's why I was speaking earlier about be hydrated, be aware of yourself. Be aware if you're tired or you're on an emotional tilt or you're, dehydrated or whatever. And also take care of yourself. If you spend as much time as I do, which I suppose you do, focusing on the screens, that means the short focus eye muscles are in constant contraction. And if you want to know what that's about, just clench your fist as tight as you can for an hour and see how you feel. So it's really important to get outside, get some natural light, focus, soft focus or focus off into the distance for a while. And that relaxes your eyes, relaxes those muscles, lets them regenerate. That's why good sleep is important. Being well rested, because your body heals itself, while you're sleeping. So that's really important. And I'm aware of the fact that I don't feel good right now. I'm tired and I don't have any, I worked out a lot over the weekend, yesterday, 4-hour jaunt instead of, maybe that's it. I don't know. But whatever it is, I'm aware of it. And so now I want to be vigilant here, and I would really like to see these signals fire and take a trade to see all the things I was talking about earlier. I want to see how IRT is handling the trades that are being processed through to the AMP account from Bookmap and all that, because Friday was a mess, rose questions for me because I saw behavior that I didn't expect and that was unacceptable. So we'll see about. That's why I would like to have that happen, but I'm not gonna. This is a sim version of my AMP Live account, because I definitely don't want to, Whoa, I got an idea. Let's see if this breaks with my money. God, stupid, I may not be always the sharpest tool in the drawer, but I'll tell you one thing, I'm sure I'm more clever than that. I'd be amazed at the people that just, I just YOLO'd it. So how'd that work out for you? But if you got a lot of money, or it's just a video game for you or gambling for you, that's fine. This stream is not my way or the highway. It is just my way. And if that helps anybody, that's super. Remember that it's my virtual journal. So. Well, what happened? Oh, somebody traded the statistic and got stopped out. Yeah, it's this is a really low probability of success day. I have no trade here, and I'm not trying to kid myself into thinking I do. Is this a bar trade? You know, breakout, retest, breakout, retest, breakout, retest. Another one I like a lot is that, you know, once you're in a trade, you don't get any more intelligent. That's amazing, the number of times that you do that, things like that. Okay, what did we do here now? Did we get a signal? Not yet. And why we don't have one yet is as follows. The signal specifically requires the close to be above the IB. On typical charting, that's not, see, we don't have a signal here now, but if you just look at the IB from the basic rule, we have achieved the IB statistic right here. But that doesn't qualify for my trade system, which is right here. Had this candle closed above here, above the IB, it would have been an A signal. And it is not. The requirements for that is, well, there's a couple of three of them, but anyway, that's the bottom line. We don't have a signal yet because the open is not below the IB. That's the reason we don't have a signal here. Am I gonna, waive the rules and make a decision? No, I'm not going to. I'm gonna do exactly as the computer would do. When the rule says that, that's what the computer does. It doesn't fire, oh well, maybe. Still nothing. And you're probably asking yourself, so why isn't this a signal? Because the previous bar needs to follow this sequence: open lower than the close and the high or the close below the IB. So this did not fire an A. So it doesn't meet the criteria. Yeah, if we get an A signal here, this would be correct. We don't have yet, but you know. And now again, we're going to be thrown out of sequence because we don't have the proper preceding bar. And that's a requirement. That happened Friday also. All right, stop and ask yourself a question. If we're just consolidating like this right here, and we get an A signal, would that be a good idea? Now, an A signal doesn't mean a trade. It just is the first of three. And I'd like to see it just to see it for the sake of the stream and for the sake of here. You know, look at this mess right here. And don't think this will be the case because the open and close are at the same level. Needs to be open below the close and the high below the IB. going to be the middle of the day here pretty quick, and I'm going to take off for my break. So we could have an A signal right here if this goes up and closes above the IB. If not, well, guess what? So let's watch it. It's a pretty anemic price action, is it not? Wow. And now we have screwed ourselves again with another doji over here. That's ridiculous. What did we do? This is a prime situation where you could get pretty thoroughly hammered here. I think we're going to get an A signal out of this. I only said that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different times. And again, Jesus, criminy Christ. Now what we need is one bar to go up there and close, and that will be an A. But there's an old, I don't even know where I heard it the first time, but wives' tale, let's call it. That for price, in order for price to get outside the initial balance, that needs to be based on the higher time frame. You know, and the moon is in the 7th house, and who the hell knows? I mean, you got to be real careful with all these old isms now. Now we're screwed again. No, not yet. If they can now we're screwed again. Now we got another freaking doji. If this would have closed here, we'd have an A. If this would have closed here, we'd have an A. Now we got a doji, and I'm pretty sure that won't work, even if we close above it. Just like right here. When we were right on the IB, this one didn't go because the previous bar was no good. Let's see what happens if we make a signal over here. I have to open up the the rules and be sure of the, yeah, I was right. This is not firing an A because this is a doji. If this bar were not here and we had this one and then this one, we'd have an A. Assuming that it closes like this. So nothing to do here. I'm going to put some anti-frustration medicine in my eyes there, I think. They're going to break it out and run it? Yeah, maybe. Pretty disappointing, huh? Now that would be a, what would that be? Yeah, it's the pullback trigger. Now, actually, this would be a continuation trigger. Assuming we had any of the other signals, which we do not. I'm going to step away here for a minute. Yeah, I'll be back in a bit. I'm going to take my own advice. Well, that's about a whole lot of nothing here, huh? Never did get a signal. Wow. Good day to stay. Good day to stay away. Still not even 20 handles yet. Wow. Well, no signals yet. This is just about a this is definitely a good day to go do something else. I'm watching, but I don't take trades that are not vetted properly, so I'm not going to be doing this. Still don't have an A, still don't have a B, still don't have anything. And we're running out of time as far as, unless there's some kind of random risk event that drops out of the sky, and then you wouldn't want to be involved with that anyway. Something's going on here. Somebody said something. Remember, this has not even traded 20 handles yet. All day. It's a really good example of why you just stock and anticipate a trade, and if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. What a weird day, huh? Wow. Weird here, too. I don't feel good. I don't know why. But it's almost the power hour, and then it'll be cash close, and we'll wind up the stream for another day and start fresh. All right, so we're in the world famous power hour, and this has been one dud of a day, boy, if I ever saw one. And that's D with a capital. Dud with a capital D. Wow, what a terrible day. I should have just stayed in bed. I don't feel very well, so I was on limited alert, and I'd have been better off to just forget the whole damn thing. The value area high and low are still incorrect, and I'm not sure what's wrong with what's doing that either. But I'm hopeful that a nice evening and a new ETH will straighten all these things out. Maybe it's just having a problem dealing with the gaps. Don't know if I remember ever having two giant gaps in a row. Thursday, Friday, Monday. Pretty crazy, huh? I don't know what to think about that, actually. All of these would be, well, there's no A signal. I'm going to go way out on a limb now and what am I doing here? 601. So I guess the apropos at this point to talk about trading is a statistical business and not a video game or gambling. In so doing, you need to realize that this is a random environment that we operate in. There's millions of people inputs in this system. And how could you possibly imagine that there would be any kind of a concerted effort or, agreed thing to do? And I don't think that that's a reasonable assumption that you could. So it's random. And the outcome of the very next trade is 50-50. That's a statistical fact. Remember, past performance is not indicative of future results. That's not something a lawyer cooked up. That's a statistical fact. All of this has absolutely nothing to do with the outcome of this next trade because it's a binary event. It can either go up or down. So what do? You pick out a setup and the parameters or the data that supports an entry for that setup, and then you capture a statistically significant data set which you can determine mathematically has an edge or an expectancy or not. And I've done that at this point with the IB trades. Some people use a VPOC migration. Some people use the mean reversion. Doesn't matter. You just pick one, and then once you have your data, you do the math, and if it has a statistical edge, then you take every instance of that presents itself, and if it doesn't have a statistical edge, you move on. So that's not just something an epiphany I had at night or something. I'm basically just agreeing with or rehashing the conclusion and the methodology used by the most successful traders in the world. Jim Simmons, Paul Tudor Jones, Ray Dalio, Ed Thorpe. Tom the Trader, Tom B, Rod, Ray, Mark Douglas, Tom Sosnoff, any successful trader, if you listen to their, presentations or read their writings at all, you'll discover that eventually it gets around to occurrences, a data set, number of samples, sample size, and the law of large numbers, and that's the key. So once you've identified the setup and the parameters that justify the entry, then you rely on, and that it has a positive expectancy, you then rely on the law of large numbers to manifest and compound that profit to your bank account. It's also the exact same business model as a casino. They play no game which they have not pre-identified as a very, very definite edge. And that's the way that is the fact. And the law of large numbers pays off. It should be pretty obvious. So what we're going to do now is I'm going to look at how the backtesting works and what I've done so far, which is this is the trading system. And these are the trading system rules that I have worked out. This is for the IB failure and IB continuation trades associated with the IB high and IB low. So what you do is, the reason this is so important in my opinion, let me just see if I didn't screw that up. Yeah, I did. Click twice. Let's set up the back test. Let's set up 100 days. 100 days, why not? Now we're going to back test the futures data. Did you notice that? It's the ES, 2 contracts, RTH session only, and there's the reports. Here's the back test. Takes 2 seconds to back test 100 trading days and go through each one of these rules and evaluate them over each 1 minute candlestick. 1 minute bars for 100 days. It took 157 trades, 77 long, 80 short. Maximum losers 300. Maximum winners 1050. It should be 750. But this is based on a end of day exit. There's 61 winners and 36 losers out of 157 trades. But what I've done here is to make this easy for myself, as I always try to do. 100 trades. 100 days, yeah. And 157 trades. 61 winners. 36 losers. Average losers 292, which doesn't make any sense, but 292, 36, and the average winner is 634.24. Oh, dyslexia 643. Sorry about that. There you go. There's 60 scratch. There's 57.96% win rate, 42.4 loss rate. Expectancy is $249.94 dollars per trade. Profit factor is 1.69. That's a back test. You know, next thing you need to look at is consecutive winners and consecutive losers. Does your stop loss reflect your account risk parameters, and can you safely experience 4 losers in a row? $1,200. That's how you do a back test. That's how I believe you should do them. And then you can optimize and do forward testing and a lot of things. Let's do that again. I forgot to show you something else. And if you then want to really be sure about all this, here's each one of those trades. The time, the date, the time, the type of entry, the type of exit, and the profit or loss. The profit or loss results. In this case, was a long. It was a IBC long at 1218. We got a T1 scale at 1221, and we held this without a stop or a T2 until the end of day exit kicked in at $212.50. So we sat on that trade from 1221 to 1430. 2 hours and 9 minutes. And the great part about this is you can also do this over a large enough data set to be outside the possibility of random distribution. And if you don't know what random distribution is, the perfect example, the classic example is coin flip. If you flip a coin, which we all know is 50-50, if you flip a coin 10 times, nobody is surprised that there's more heads than tails, vice versa. That's random distribution. So you want to have as many, you flip that coin 1,000 times, you're going to be awfully close, maybe 51-49, you know what I mean? Very, very, very close to 50-50. That's being outside random distribution. So let's take this here and let's put 500 trading days. How long do you think it would take you to manually backtest 500 trading days? I've tried it, believe me, it's a nightmare. This takes 5 seconds. It evaluated each of these trading rules over every 1 minute candle for 493 RTH session trading days. 716 trades, long, short, And I know there's an issue here, and that's going to be right there. Sorry. That's right there. Instead of $750, this is what it should say. This is because of May 1st, 2024 for some reason, and I have yet to figure out why. I've even asked Linsoft. It is a IB a failure trade. In other words, it's a short. It takes it enters two contracts. It has a T1 where it takes a T1 scale, and rather than a T2 scale, it waits until it's taken out on the end of day. Now, that's a lovely surprise to have, but that's not accurate. There are 5 consecutive winners in a row, and there's 10 consecutive losers. This would cost you you would need to be able to be very fine with $3,000 drawdown. Think about that. And we can use our little tool thing again. 500 days. 716 trades. 249 winners. 358 losers. Wow. I need to actually look at that. I better make sure I haven't corrupted one of these rules over the weekend. That seems kind of crazy to me, but anyway. $196 winners or losers. That also seems strange. And 589.6 average winner. Boop. 42% win rate, 57% loss rate, average expectancy of $136.75. Profit factor is 0.70 trades a day. That's not very good. That's pretty dismal, isn't it? And I can tell you that I have some of these from last week where that was not the case. So I need to look into if I accidentally did something to a rule over the weekend. And the way I have to do it, unfortunately, is go through every one of these. And see if they'll, I spot check them. I don't do one by one, of course, but and make sure that they all work properly. So that's the back test. That's how I believe you should do it. And that's approaching trading as a statistical business and not a video game. Now, something you can also do here, which is kind of fun, we'll try at this point in time because I'm not going to do anything, is send this back test to the doesn't matter how many days you pick, because it's going to push it to all of the days in your look back period of the chart. Boom. There you go. Any trades today? Nope. No signals, no trades. I can tell you where we're getting. There's one trade, full stop. On Friday. There's a full winner to 2 profit targets, and this is on the whatever day that is, the 23rd. So what I would do now is leave this like that. This is something I was going to try to do, and just let the market play out, and then this will as a trade manifests itself, it will take the trade or not over here, and it'll graph it onto the chart. I was not going to do that because I was planned to manually trade this, but let's let this run out and see what happens. And incidentally, I don't expect there to be any trades because price will have to go down through this IB and come back up through it for an A trade and then a B signal and then a trigger. So chances of that at this point in time are slim and none, right? And we're getting ready to turn that world famous final curve. That's pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. That is definitely an island top, isn't it? I don't even know what to think about that or what to say, actually. So I'm going to just not say a hell of a lot and see what happens next. Oh, well, there we go, around that final curve. I gotta admit, I'll be glad when this day's over. I don't feel good. But I'm aware of that from the beginning, and I'm cautious about it, right? I'm not gonna lower my guard or lower my trading ability, you know, discipline or any of that stuff. So let's take a run through the roses here and do the daily recap. Very short, just barely 20 handle range. 77 to 99, 98. Okay, 21, 22 handles. Pretty pathetic. What do you suppose? Can that be true? Oh no. Okay, I was going to go, oh, smokes. Very, very, very light volume. 884,000. Usually this time of day it's about 1.2, 1.3. Now let's see if I'm full of crap or not. Hold on. It's entirely possible. 64% volume compared to, I was pretty close, 1.08 at this time of day usually. And 75, less than a point ATR on a 1 minute candle. That's pretty staggering, isn't it? But that, I mean, as if you've watched the day, you know these things already. What's the ATR for minutes here? Oh, look at this mess. What's the volume? Well, there's the start of the day. The blue line didn't scroll off the screen yet. Normally, I would have to pull that back 3 or 4 times, at least, in the course of one trading day. So, that, and then you can also look at the range. We didn't go anyplace. What's our highest number here? Our VPOC is at 15,000. Normally that's in the 20s or more. So there you are. It's a real light, nothing day. This is a huge week, which we will just now get into. Let's just have a look at the snooze here. Let's look at this week. These are the reports, huh? We only ended up with the Atlanta Fed today, and that's all we ended up getting. Consumer confidence, doubt if we're going to get that tomorrow. Home sales, doubt it. We didn't get any of that today because of this ridiculous lack of, whatever you want to call what they're doing in D.C. No integrity, lack of responsibility, lots of stuff. This day, however, is going to be right there. That's going to be absolutely in the cards and huge from a market point of view, the Fed rate decision for October. Nothing for, whether we'll get these or not, who the hell knows. Chicago PMI, probably get that one. Any kind of private numbers we're going to get, like we got in Michigan, etc. But that's where we are. It's pretty disappointing. And of course, you be sure you understand that all of these people in Congress are collecting their paychecks. They have full 100% medical. They get a pension when, even if they've only been elected one time, they get their salary as a pension for the rest of their life. But let's lay off 30,000 workers, government workers. It's real easy for them to say that kind of thing when they don't have anything on the line, shall we say. That's my opinion. Also, don't forget, we're in earnings season. And there we go. There's Monday. Tuesday's a biggie. Visa. American Royal Caribbean. Big deal. Big Tuesday, huh? And Wednesday is even bigger. Look at that. And Apple reports. Apple and Amazon both report on Thursday. If I'm not mistaken, 5 of the Mag 7 report earnings this week. So this is investing.com. It's free. You can pay for it if you want to, but why would you want to? I don't know. Anyway, it's free. The other one that I use recently is Financial Juice. It's got a similar schedule over here, but it has more of a squawk box feel on this side. I don't like the presentation of the calendar for screen snapping and reading and things like that in my eyes, but this squawk box is kind of handy. This is where we will see the market on close and balance. Ooh, look at there. Somebody said something right there. Look at that. Look at that. Who was that? Who said what? Probably this NVIDIA news, I suppose. And, okay. Well, we've been watching we just went through the volumes and things. Ridiculous island tops. I don't know what to say about these gaps. And, there we have it. That's pretty much it until, I'm not sure what's going on here, but something is. Somebody said something right there. That's definitely not just out of no place. And it's not earnings because they report either prior to the market open or after the bell. So that's not an earnings thing. This has got to be somebody said something. Like perhaps that NVIDIA deal with the German telecom. It's me. But they're looking at 7,000 here pretty quick. And more new all-time highs in the ETH. Here's one from before. This was the ETH. We outdid that. Now we're up here in the RTH. Gap high nobody even looked at. 2 gaps in a row that they never even sniffed around filling the gap. So, nobody left on third in the backtest department. Let's look at the trigger chart here. It's a little bit easier to follow. That's just, all of a sudden you've got a, where am I? I don't have Now let's look over here. All of a sudden, you've got a 6,900 to 6,904 5 handle pop when we're doing less than 1 handle ATR per minute. It could have just been this resting liquidity, which you see was in the book for quite a long time, almost the entire day. Remember, this is the open. Almost the entire day. And they finally got into it. Maybe. I'm jaded, man. I'm a conspiracy theorist these days. Yeah, it's just too crazy. Too many goofy things, you know. Look at this crap. This is a tweet. This is one tweet on a private social media with no facts, no backup, and was completely bogus. None of the tweet happened at all, even remotely. 227.75 handles, the market sold off. Random risk. Be aware. Be constantly on vigil, because your account is, your prime directive as a trader is to treat this as a business and grow your account. Risk management. In this environment, when this kind of thing can happen out of no place at 10 o'clock in the morning by one tweet, only expose your account the minimum you can to the risk of the market. For A+ setups, definitely have bracket orders in place. And if you're trading your own live money, real money, make sure that your broker's got it, that your orders are server side and not your computer side. So yeah, there we go. Now we're going to get those market on close orders and about market on close imbalance. I don't know why I always say orders. In about 7 minutes. That's at 1450. And of course, we're not getting any. We're not having any backtesting signals, and nor would we. These are IB continuation signals, and I just showed you how to do that. Backtesting and everything that's involved. So in order for this to have a signal, we would have to come below the IB high, because the IB low is completely out of question. Below the IB high, come back up through the IB high for the A signal. Then we have one or two options. We can go up to the continuation zone, pull back to the pullback zone, either up here or down here, and then price needs to come to the trigger zone to follow the sequence A, B, trigger, and enter a trade. And disregard these. These are just some annotations I put up here when I was doing the work over the weekend. I'll take those off. Using the VPound stuff to see how the sequence was working. I was trying to adjust the signals markers so that I could have them fire consecutively, and I may still try that again, but I wasted basically a bunch of hours over this weekend, and disappointing. But hey, that's life, and that's life. Trading. You never make any changes to your trade plan or your model or your strategy during the live trading session. That is done during the homework periods, which in my case is after hours and weekends. Then when you've got a clear head and you tested this all out, and then you can decide if you're going to implement that in your life strategy. That's how it works. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. 5 minutes till the market on close. Imbalance. whatever they're doing, they're going up with it. You can hear me huffing and puffing. I'm doing squats and curls and stuff here, trying to keep that, trying to keep the machine working. Taking care of the most valuable tool in the office. You. It's really important. I've got fortunate enough to have quite a bit of room here, so I can do, push-ups and planks and squats. And I've got a set of dumbbells and stuff, and a pull-up bar in the door. Whew. You gotta be kidding me. Well, good. I mean, hey, great. Inflation's up, both goods and services. Amazon just said they're going to lay off 30,000 people. Make billions of dollars, but they're going to lay off 30,000 people. That's kind of disappointing, isn't it? Look at the damn thing go. As part and parcel about market and closing balance, I suppose, but gee whiz, huh? Pretty incredible. Something's wrong here. This stuff isn't updating right. Market on closing balance order should be here in and we're not getting anything. That's at 1450. I don't know what's the matter. But there's some delay somewhere along the line. That's for sure. My system? Don't know. Oh, man. Sorry about that. That's what I should have done earlier, was that do some working out. Feel a lot better now. This is not making me happy here, though. There's no market on close and balance. And that is released every day at 1450. Period. And it would look just like that would look just like this right here. Only it would say market on close imbalance, not market on open. So I don't know. I guess financial juice fell over. I don't, beat the hell out of me. This day's too goddamn weird. Sorry, too damn weird for me. It's a real good day to stay in bed if you don't have a stream or any kind of, I'm up every day. I start it every Sunday afternoon. I was working all weekend, but the stream starts Sunday afternoon at 1700, and everything stays up until 1600 on Friday, pushing these session prices for sure. And by the way, if those would be handy for you, let me know. Drop thumbs up, like, and drop something in the chat. I push these and share them freely with a whole lot of people, so be happy to hook you up. Look at this thing go. Well, no market on closing orders that I see. I'm going to do this over and see what happens now. Same thing that was happening a minute ago. Nothing. Well, that's pretty weird. Obviously, everything's working because I don't have any errors and we're plotting, and I don't know what to tell you. Just a damn good reason to go to bed, I guess. We're going to have this cash market close here in 4.5 minutes, and I'm pretty happy about that. Obviously, there's no trades happening or firing, as there shouldn't be. I'm going to shut this down just for good measure here. A bitch. That's really irritating. It does that frequently, and I don't know why. You see, this is the trigger chart, and it's not supposed to be there. It's got something to do with remembering this. I don't know what. I want to do that. I want to do this. I don't know. I need to go to bed. I guess. Well, there we go. So it's a gap and go, baby. Gap and go. There they are. They finally got them out. Market on close orders. Didn't take them very long. Huh? Took them 7 minutes to get that pushed. Wow. You read these. The S&P's sell buy side 197 million. NASDAQ sell side 6.5 million. Dow 30 no side. They don't even have. Wow, this is major screwed up. They don't have a positive or negative. Whoever typed this, it must have been an intern. And the Mag 7 sell side 22.1 million. Jesus, that's pretty funny. I guess I'm not the only one having a bad day. I'm not having a bad day. I'm just having a nothing day. I was looking forward to doing something today. Now I got to wait Now I got to stay in the the sandbox for another couple of days till I get these trades and make god dang sure that this thing is going to be working properly. And yeah. Market on close, cash, close in 15 seconds, 10 seconds. See the liquidity jamming in around them there? And there you go, boys and girls. I don't even know what those buttons do, but I always forget. I can look, but I'm too lazy. So there we are, and there's that. There is that V migrating volume point of control right there at the close, as they often do. And there you are. That is one dunce of a day, isn't it? Look at that. Never needed to adjust the session timeline in the entire day. I don't remember ever having done that. I'm sure I might have, but I don't remember it. That's pretty weird. I mean, that's pretty crazy. So have yourself a great afternoon. Remember that the most important tool you've got in your shed is you. Take care of it. Get some exercise. Get outside. It's real important to get outside, natural light. Focus on the horizon or down the street or at the good-looking neighbor gal a couple houses down. Whatever, Whatever you can do that give you some soft focus distance. And rest your eyes. A little UV is good. Soft sun, morning or afternoon. It's good for your rods and cones and retina. So Obviously, bright isn't, but you know, it heals everything. So take care of that. Make sure you're hydrated. Get some sleep. Don't trade when you're on tilt. All those things. And above all, have yourself a great evening. And I will be back with bells on at 0800 in the morning. And let's hope they do something different. This sucks. Ridiculous. This is the kind of day when you should have just taken it. This would have been a take the day off. Had I not the responsibility of the stream, and you know, which I do, and I take my responsibility seriously. For the transparency and the accountability. It's a good day to be just, you know, go for a walk, take mama for a ride, go for a run, whatever, take a nap, whatever it is. So have a good one. I'll see you at 0800 in the morning. This is just a complete screaming mess, man.